Because it's so...
Come on.
Like, it's just a new word. It's just...
Absolutely. Actually put my microphone where it's supposed to be. Alrighty, friends, give me just a second. Like, actually,
It does feel kind of warm. What you want to do for dinner?
I don't know, what do you want to do for dinner? Food? What kind of food? Are we all here? We are all here. We're all here on time. I know, I'm shocked. Just kidding, I'm not actually shocked. Group is usually pretty good about being on time. Oh, Gopher needs a couple minutes.
Hello.
Hello! We ready
I did not
for...
have a lot of time to study.
Ready to get punched in the face, Dad?
I definitely am. I was mentally dodging earthquakes while I was mowing the lawn.
Dodging those earthquakes and pretending the blades of grass are coming for you.
Yes. Until my mower died.
Oh no! Oh, that's right, you have an electric mower, right?
I do. The battery gave up because the grass is too thick right now. I got half of it done, so I'll do the other half tomorrow.
Yeah, that's alright. Baby steps, right?
Yeah.
Let me pull the guy real quick. Ooh.
So it looks like the eye
We're
part is
getting
like the least
raided!
of sanctity.
What about the eye part?
It's like the least part of
Oh
sanctity.
yeah, no, the eye part is pretty much like, as long as when you look out there's not a Thornton and there's not an eyeball, you're fine.
Well, yeah, like that like the movement, that dodging piece of
Oh
it.
yeah.
That's like the little introduction to sanctity, and then
Mhm.
you get to the towers and the towers and meteors and everything.
Yeah, the towers and the meteors are gonna be the interesting part. Hello, friends of my big brother. We are gonna get punched in the face today because we are doing what's called Dragon Song Ultimate. I've never cleared an ultimate before. I have progged once, but my group is trying to clear this ultimate, so there's gonna be a lot of death and a lot of getting punched in the face, and it's gonna be beautiful.
Okay.
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 How tired are you tonight, Gopher? You stayed up pretty late.
I kind of wish I had done that last night.
You should have gone to bed. Like the second time our
What
group.
happened last night?
So we were trying. Gopher was helping me get to P4S last night with like my side FC, side static. Like him and Rio came with me last night, and we did 1 and 2 pretty good, but Party Finder and P3S don't mix very well apparently, like oil and water. So,
Is that the logs you posted that had like the 31?
The 21 wipes to P3S? Yeah. Oh, that's not the right one. Talking about P3S.
Oh, jeez. It was a struggle bus.
A little bit.
I would have actually joined you, but I knocked out as soon as I was done with work,
No, you're
and then I
good.
woke up at 4 a.m.
No, so yeah, so tomorrow with the Savage group, we'll either have to do 3 and 4, or hopefully Orly will have just the skip to 4 that I can bum off him, because he's doing P3 tonight.
Ooh, okay. Sweet. Has everyone enjoyed the new quality of life update?
That.
Quality of life
You can stay logged in.
Yes.
That's so good.
No, no longer will Fried have to jump every 30 minutes.
Until
What? Fry jumping every 25 to 30 minutes to stay logged in? No, he would never. He's there at his computer all the time.
Slash waits 29 minutes and 30 seconds. Slash jump. Slash repeat.
yes.
Exactly.
No, what you really do is you program a random function between 9 and 25 minutes to press your character sheet button.
It's cheating.
I totally didn't do
You
that.
want to throw up the markers, Rio?
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Pretty please.
Do that, please.
Check your foods.
Check your foods, check your friends' foods. Check your friend's repair bill if you could. I hope you all repaired before we came in.
Yeah, repair.
Do we need to step out? Okay.
Joke about that. Seriously.
Are you sure? Because it destroys your gear.
Oh yeah, I'm all blue. Don't
Okay.
worry about it. Okay.
Just making sure.
Or am I?
I mean, you look pretty purple right now instead of blue, but you know.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no? Cut it out.
Oh, I used Troubadour in the wrong spot.
And I definitely just use wings. Good luck, healers.
Good luck, everybody.
Lisa gonna die.
I believe in you.
Wow, that was your first mistake.
Oh, I should not have made kettle corn right before raid.
I popped veil. We're getting knocked us out. Oh god. Nice. Going to 4.
That did come as a surprise that time.
I tried to move. I saw Zach get tethered. I tried to move out, but it was a little too slow. Sorry.
Give me just a second. I need to
What happened?
Kettle corn is very
Squeezed all over
sticky.
himself.
Like, you're gonna get your keyboard all sticky.
Gotta
So
get
good.
The kettle corn pop chips.
Freya.
Oh, okay, Freya.
Their neighbor walking on the sidewalk.
I don't know. She's downstairs across the house.
She's so loud.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, she stood
you
up.
okay?
I was knowing because my hand was all greasy. It was sliding on my mouse.
Jesus Christ.
Let's go. Okay, stop it.
Go for it.
God, I can't stop something. Just put them in a bowl and you just put your face in the bowl.
There you
Not
go.
touching with hands.
You like the ultimate white guy thing? Get this away from me, right? Right, guys?
Oh
God.
my. Wow.
Just do the, like, wear, like, a hoodie in reverse and just have the popcorn, like, in the hood.
Perfect.
Oh
And then just
my
eat it from the
God.
hood. Yum, 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 yum.
See,
It's a good idea.
I know that this idea comes from the fact that she had horses.
Oh my God.
Drop a
Gross rats.
feedback on me.
So funny enough, actually, no, I saw, like, a picture on Facebook with that or something, and I was like, that's a really good idea. I have had many a horse food in my sweatshirt, though.
Okay. I think I'll make it.
Okay.
And
you pay attention to where Adapel is today? We're getting knocked away. Okay. Ready to craft?
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Okay. I guess it didn't activate.
Woo!
How dare you, Ryu?
I need a minute.
Okay.
Dog issue.
Covers. Time to look at what I want for dinner. I don't know, what do you want, sweetheart?
Kettle corn.
What kind
You
of
should
food?
have kettle corn. It's delicious.
I had popcorn for lunch earlier, actually, with extra butter and salt. It was delicious.
No, well, there you go.
I never eat popcorn, but I was at the store and just had a strange hankering for kettle corn.
Kettle corn is very tasty.
It's very
Hankering.
tasty.
You're so fucking Texan.
I had a hankering.
I reckon.
Also, your kettle corn is delicious. Had the same energy as its powdered sugar. Delicious.
Delicious.
I don't know, I just want food. I don't
Totally
care.
picturing, like, after AV gave that hoodie suggestion, I totally imagine, like, Gopher doing it. He's, like, lining his hoodie with, like, aluminum foil.
I need something like that.
I need aluminum foil. That takes way too much
No,
effort.
you just put it in the hoodie, and then once you're done eating, throw that bitch in the wash.
There you
Oh
go.
my
Easy
God.
peasy.
It's a
That's
good
experience
idea.
right there.
Advanced radiator technique.
Indeed.
That's right. So, but if you line it with aluminum foil, you don't even have to wash it afterwards.
I mean, the
Wash.
thing is like, kettle corn and popcorn's pretty greasy though, so even if you line it with aluminum foil, like, the grease might still get in the hood, so.
Okay, just put a double layer.
Just put a
Double
layer
layer
of
action.
parchment paper and then aluminum foil. No big deal.
Oil can't fix everything, Rio.
What's with all this fancy shit? What's with like a paper towel? What the?
I mean, the thing is aluminum foil doesn't absorb like a paper towel does, so like it actually is better at blocking oils than a paper towel would.
What? Like it's not gonna leak all over to the fabric of the sweater? Like,
That's what I say. You just put it in and then you just wash it afterwards. It's too much effort to put aluminum foil or a paper towel.
But I wouldn't want the oil absorbed and all that flavor missing.
No.
The oil goes in my mouth.
what are you gonna do? Lick your sweater after you're done?
And there you go. You can just take the aluminum foil out, and like if there's excess oil left over,
God, I'm gonna throw up.
Pro gamer strats over here.
Just pour it in your mouth.
Okay.
Like a little funnel.
oh my god.
That's a bit much.
Don't judge me.
They need to like create like like Pez dispensers like work. Like you have to pull it back and then just eat the one and it's right there. It's easy to peasy. They need to do something like that, but like as a hat. And like it's a little like straw that comes up, or not a straw, but a big straw that comes out, and then you can like hit a little button, and one piece of kettle corn comes out.
Oh, you mean like those?
Little
You mean like those
dispenser.
beer caps that?
Yeah. Yeah, but like a
Except
Pez
it's
dispenser
smaller.
cap
Oh lord.
for popcorn and other
I
treats.
don't know, do you want to do like Applebee's or Chili's or something? Which one?
That's my ad right there. M&M's, Reese's peanut butter cups.
As tablets. Ooh, those are
Yes, indeed.
Chili's is not showing up, so it looks like we're doing Applebee's.
Gummy bears.
Go.
Hershey's Kisses.
Alright, boss.
Hershey's Kisses with almonds are the best chocolate. Don't at me.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
That was a lot of puke.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
no. Puppy doggy.
There's a Link. The big one.
Uh-oh, poor Link.
But somebody's not eating for 24 hours.
Yikes.
And dog stuff, though.
Dog stuff.
Yeah, puking.
Gotta have
Sometimes they just...
doggy stuff
They
for
gotta-
digestion and
Yeah.
tummy pills and all that jazz.
No, they just eat grass. They take care of it, it's fine.
True.
What happens?
Okay.
Buzz here.
Yeah. Great check.
Cut this out. Getting knocked to south. Excuse me? My arm's length went off. That's garbage.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Eek.
Yeah, it's alright.
Okay. Bing.
Cut this out. Knock this out.
Oh, too far. God damn it.
Out.
Oh, sad.
was like, break chains. That is a death wall.
I know, and then right when you died, I got your extra puddle
Oh
too.
no.
You're welcome.
Extra spicy.
Yeah, when boss said oh no and then you both immediately died, I thought actually that you and bumped into each other.
Oh no. Actually surprised we haven't done that already.
Okay. Things.
Other job? Heading up to the east. Filthy rats.
I think it was in.
Oh, yes. Interrupt. A little more. We're about even right now. So it should be okay. Nice. Good job. Watch the
Nice.
puddles.
Uh,
Ooh.
The spice.
Yeah.
It's okay, this is just
Yeah, I
this
know,
is free
This
practice.
is
It's
bonus.
just bonus.
It's free real estate.
Oh, the markers are wrong though.
Markers, though.
Red, red,
We're
red,
good.
red, 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 red.
It's
Oh,
not
no,
red,
it's not
it's
red,
like
it's not red, it's not red.
A2
It's like,
or
Oh god.
it was like between 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Very awkward to tell.
And
Okay, let me put them back.
Tell me over with it.
Okay, real quick, do we have any questions prior to Sanctity? I think your silence is a no. We will, let's try to get Strength of the Word clean, and then once we get Strength of the Word pretty clean, we will talk about Good old Sank Pity.
Yeah, that's there will be a bit to
Sank
cover.
Pity.
Okay.
Oh, nom nom nom.
His face is in a sweater right now.
Yep.
All right. I know what that calls for.
Thing.
Things.
Greasy things.
Loose. Pew pew pew. Move.
It might have gone early.
Gordon's at 3.
I have left tower. I am gonna die.
I am too. Nope, stop.
I need to
Focus
put-
target
I definitely need to put him on.
sad.
I definitely need to put him on focus target because the target bar at that point moves around, like the enemy list.
Right.
Oh,
They
because
all of them come down and he changes position. So if you're watching the bar, it just disappears sometimes or it moves up and down.
Totally moved early on that one.
good old focus.
Alright, we got our
target.
focus target set.
Well, I was focus targeting 80.
I have to have him at focus target. I don't know. It doesn't. Maybe because of where my enemy list is, it's really easy for me to see. But I definitely have.
Look, even I was staring at the enemy list and it moved
Oh, interesting.
around.
I don't know. I
Probably
think
like a weird-
he's the only one casting there, so I think that's why I don't really have an issue with it.
I would totally use focus target. You don't have to fucking redo it every single time.
I mean, you don't. You only have to redo it. Like if the target dies, you don't have to redo it.
See, I'm gonna keep an eye on it because at that time, from my view of it, it disappeared from the enemy list entirely.
Oh, I don't know.
Midway through his cast, he went to a position that he didn't even show in the enemy list.
Oh, that's weird.
That is very weird.
Focus target bug, or not focus target bugs, but enemy list bugs. I don't know. There's been some odd things that have happened since 6.118 came out.
Yeah. Okay. Bing.
Move. Reds. Move.
Thornton's at 2.
Left.
Right.
You have like a set priority for where the blue markers go by roll, by chance, or no?
Yeah, I thought
Only
it was melee
east.
east, range south, and then healers west.
Just making sure you guys know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Appreciate
Ladies
that.
and Perkins, he gave me my fucking strawberry pie.
Yeah, for your gopher, the only caveat is if two range get picked or if two healers get picked.
Have fun.
Be ready to adjust on the fly.
Just a coochie.
Oh my god.
They should have slices.
We do, but not a strong.
It should be there. I ordered it. What was it, yesterday? If not, then don't worry about it.
Thornton's at 1. Gopher, that's the wrong way!
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Fuck. Good job, Zach.
Oh, how the turntables have turned.
No. Next change to living dead. Just make it into a regen.
That was that moment where two melee got in a range, so it's kind of
awkward.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's why it's there are problems like that once in a while.
Okay. Thanks.
But that's
Music's
ultimate
a
for you.
little loud, so I turned it up
It will
earlier.
not give you any clean things like that
Nope.
most of the time.
But you're gonna like it, and you're gonna deal with it.
Pretty much.
yes, ma'am.
Move. Loose. Move.
Thornton's at B. Beta.
Right tower.
I think this is like a super like niche save, but if someone is down during that part and they ended up being one of the people who doesn't have the mark, I think one tank can actually take the middle tower with the invuln.
Yes, that is correct.
But they will have to sacrifice themselves.
Well, it's not so much you sacrifice yourself, but you're gonna have like that 18-year-long damage down to shame.
Yeah, exactly.
Take it.
How long
Yeah.
is how long would we have between the stun and getting into the tower?
So you would have to actually position yourself in the tower before you get
okay,
stunned.
yeah.
Because I've definitely done it
Okay.
before when I've accidentally fucked up. Like, I didn't get there in time, but I popped my invuln, but I ended up taking a tower because I was stunned in it.
Yeah, but it's a very
sense.
niche. It's a super
Yeah.
niche situation, though. It's
Like,
very
really
niche.
quickly catch
Yeah,
that.
that would have to be like a super quick, like, oh, there's only 2 people in the stack, you know, I'll get the left tower or some shenanigans.
Yeah, and then already if you're missing one person in the stack
It's a
too,
little
it's
scary.
already that's really scary.
So you know what I think about that niche scenario?
I agree.
Indeed. Move. Yeah. Move.
Thornton is at Delta.
Oh,
Right
fuck,
tower.
my tether got taken.
Ooh. Yeah, for the skydives, be careful not to jaywalk. You have to go around.
I thought Fuzz was good, and I started going, and it decided that no, Fuzz was not good.
Okay. Things.
Thingies.
Would help if I had Thornton targeted. Oh no! Maybe I can do some like really impressive like tether shenanigans. Oh, except for I forgot to move.
Nah, it's
Ooh, God.
It's okay. We don't need a tank right now. We don't need a tank right now. It's okay.
I moved, so it's okay.
That's funny.
Blue?
We got you. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Ooh!
Oh, I was on the
was
wrong side.
Wait, you
Yeah,
were
I was on the wrong side. Whoops. I saw blue
We
and
were both in
yellow
the tank spot.
and thought I was on the right side. We're gonna pretend this run didn't happen.
What did you do at the start, Seth?
What did he?
I used Living Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pre-pulled Living Dead.
Nice.
Uncommon strat.
But did you die? Oh wait. Yeah.
The bold strategy, God.
It's okay. They just wanted to.
Just quoted that movie. Dodge a wrench, you got ball.
Dodger ball.
Okay, thanks.
It's okay. They're just giving me, the off tank practice. That's
Yeah,
all.
exactly. That's all. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oop. Hello? Iron Will? Oop. Yellows. Move.
Thornton's gonna be at 3.
Left.
All right.
Oh no!
I had the same thing happen as the last time with Avyuir.
Hmm. Oh, tether got stolen.
Tether got taken.
Okay.
You guys can't jaywalk. The penalty is one tank
I was
buster.
gonna say, jaywalking, the penalty is actually death here, so...
Welcome to Singapore.
It's not a misdemeanor. No worries.
Okay. Things. Yeah, it's got a marinade.
Yeah, that Quake is dumb. Stupid doing it, Quake. Hi, Munchkin. I cannot cuddle with you right now, baby. I'm raiding. Go. Hey, you, fuzzy butt. Move it. Go on. Munchkin. Come on, go. Thank you. Preferably not there either. Loose? Hey, you're sitting on my hand. Go! Go! Thank you! Fucking cat. Move. I'll go to the far one side.
Thornton is at 3.
Slightly decline this res.
Lives at lives.
Step on me.
Take it.
Still did 100k damage.
That's not too
Swear.
Yo, that step on me is legit. He's got some spiked boots there.
He's like, you think I don't do leg day, but
But secretly I do. No, he does.
That ain't
These are-
leg day. That's stilettos. That's all that is.
he's like, I'm just wearing compression pants, man. It's like actually super ripped under this.
You don't actually know this, but this is a Avyuir got underneath all that armor.
Okay. Things. It's very toned.
Yeah, depending on where the Quake is, Fuzz, hopefully you can do like Quake and then you have like a good pause between Protean, but if it's far, then it kind of sucks. Move. Hi.
Knowing
Go
where
off.
the knights are, this gets getting me.
Definitely having that weird server shenanigans, taking my skills like 18 presses to go off sometimes. Where you at, blue? Move.
Thornton's at beta.
Got that.
Right there. You know, when I made that popcorn earlier, I was like, I'm not gonna eat that entire bag.
And then you did.
Kettle
Ah,
corn?
fuck you!
And
I survived your heal, you stupid bitch!
here I am, popcornless.
Popcorn, man.
Sarah, were you out there? You were going to say you
And
were
I
second
know
bag?
how big those bags of kettle corn could be.
It wasn't a big bag,
Don't lie, it's one of those carnival-sized ones.
like family size.
I tend to buy 2 bags of the Pop Chips kettle corn version when I go shopping. They're not sticky and they have the flavor.
Check your foods.
Your tips?
Mm-hmm. They're in a red bag called Pop Chips.
look for that.
It's flattened popcorn in like a what is that? What do you make nachos out of? Fuck.
They're
Tortillas?
very good.
Yeah, the little triangle guys.
Tortillas.
Tortilla chips.
Tortilla chips. There you go.
Tortilla chips.
Come on, the triangle guys.
Triangly, guys.
Yeah, so definitely, it's locate Quake, adjust for Quake, and then adjust for Protean, and then look where the knights are.
Sometimes what I'll do too is I'll like literally only focus on dodging the Quake first, and then once I've dodged the Quake, I will look for the knights as I'm dodging Protean. And then for when I move out, I just strafe either left or right.
Yeah, as long as you're in a line with your group, like, as soon as I say move and you're moving, you should not get beamed by a Protean unless someone's not grouped up properly. Ideally.
And you can do a little safety move too if you think somebody might have gone a little late. Because if you moved at the right time, then you move a little bit extra. Okay. Need it. Things.
But yeah, I'd say in that rotation, the Quake is actually the most important thing. Because if you get stunned by it, you're gonna get fucked by Protean. No.
Pretty much. If you get Quake, it's over.
Yep. Okay, all my skills is ready to go off this time. Glorious. Through.
Corden will be at 1. Uh-oh.
Me.
Tether situation. Question mark.
No, I got distracted by the knight and forgot about the Protean, and I also keep forgetting to pop Divine Veil, so that was like the one pillar where I was like, okay, I'm gonna pop Divine Veil and it's gonna be great. And then I forgot to move for Protean.
Okay. 4 things.
Move. Blue. Move.
Corden's at A, Alpha. Middle tower.
Left tower.
Ooh, careful. Oh wait, you all got stunned by it, unfortunately.
Yep.
Okay.
Weapon season.
You know, I know that tank best is AoE, but I forget if it's
This,
like radial or if it's conal.
It's conal.
It's, yeah, the guide says it's fine.
Oh.
That makes sense.
If it was
That's why we were at
radial,
the
you
edges.
guys would get murdered in the stack.
Yeah.
Okay. More things.
Purple. Move.
Thornton is at C. C.
Go left.
Middle.
Nice, nice. Good job. Big heals, big heals. Oh, that's not good. Dead. Moving to dead. Watch out. I'm at whatever this is. Not north.
I'll try and.
No, you're good. I can survive the heal, I just can't survive the slash. Oh, I can survive a slash. Just kidding. Good job, healers. Oh, God.
Oh, if I get no.
It's okay.
I thought that move came later.
For reference, it is the P2 rule, so if we're going to be taking a second thing, it will be to the right of the main tank.
Roger. Alright, this is gonna be counterclockwise. Knight is a D.
Pause, other side.
Oh no!
I never moved clockwise. Oops.
There's a few orbs there.
Just a few.
A few orbs. Just a sprinkle.
Yeah, we made it past it though.
Yeah.
Raining. No, it's sprinkling.
Sprinkling.
Is it really sprinkling when it looks like they're pooping out the orbs?
No,
Oh,
I was just
so-
memeing.
That's
So
called
for
carpet
the-
bombing.
For that part with the orbs, the eye and Thornton are always going to be in completely random spots, so you have to adjust differently every
Yep.
pull.
I kind of expected that to go somewhere else, and then I was like, no, that's where it should have expected.
Pretty much,
Yeah,
as
so-
long as you don't see Thornton and you don't see the eyeball when you're looking out, you will be fine.
Just the awkward ones are when like there'll be the eye and Thornton that like close together ish, and then it'll be like kind of weird as to where to look. You might have to do a bit of a weird like
Yeah, to say
perpendicular
if the,
like parallel
if
thing.
say like Thornton's at 1 and the eye is at 2, and you're one of the groups, obviously you could just like look in. You don't even have to look out, or you could look this way.
Hmm.
So also to make it easier for everyone on the Heavenly Heal and stuff like that, I am aiming to always go point it towards 1. And then I think Avi will always be taking the slashes at the DC side.
Yes, I will typically
Oh, okay.
be towards the right of that.
If you stay south and east, you should be safe.
But 1 is south, and DC
Well,
of Thornton relative to Thornton.
if yeah. Relative Thornton. Ha! I get it. Things.
Thornton is at 3. Middle
On
tower.
left. We got stunned by the tank buster, right?
Yeah.
We did.
There was a little wiggle in the middle.
Ding.
You didn't have Thornton targeted. Fuck. It's alright. Everything's fine. Oop. Reds. No. Blues.
Blue.
Move.
Thornton is at Delta. Delta.
Left.
Right. Center.
Nice. Good job. Big heals. Make sure to get that up.
Remember Zed's pointing it to 1.
His autos cleave, by the way.
One.
Vina, watch out. Nice.
Remember your groups.
Dark Knight's at 2. Zad and I need to swap.
Go switch.
Oh wait, I am 2. Fuck. Never
Clockwise.
mind, Zad. I'm dumb. And yes, we were going clockwise.
I looked.
And I look, yes. I forgot about
That was my fault.
Avyuir?
I was definitely not in the right spot. Or let me rephrase. I should have gone to buy spot because I was 2, and I'm dumb, and I don't know how to count.
Okay. But the system worked. You called swap and we
Yes.
swapped.
Whee! I dropped a meteor.
that. Congratulations.
I pooped out a meteor.
And this was good because I actually saw. I was too fast on it, but I saw how you do the movement to the Orbeez.
Yes. Yeah, you were right there with me.
I think it was
so-
useful. That was a good.
That was a good pull. You did it again.
So I like people are not dying to Proteans during the Quake part, which is very good.
Hard to see like the knights too, and seeing where he's gonna be before you call it.
I was gonna say, if it's one of those things, I would probably. I don't know. I was gonna say I would just rely on Rio's callouts, but I guess it's up to you guys how you want to do it.
The better you're able to see the one before that, with the tethers, the simpler that gets too. Because if all the unmarked people are where Thornton's going to end up, it makes the tethers snap pretty much instantly to AV
Yep.
and I. Things.
Move. Blue's.
Like blue.
He is liking blue today, this is true. Or maybe disliking blue since no one's going there. Move.
Thornton is at beta. Beta.
Right
Middle
tower.
tower?
Nice, nice, good.
Oh no, we got
¿Qué
What
pasó?
happened? I thought we were good.
the.
We were kind of giving middle tower priority to healers.
Because I called middle, and then but Buzz just went to the middle because that's for healers. But
That's alright. It was very clean until then. I thought we were good.
okay, I will just not call middle then from now on.
Yeah, I would say if anything, do like call right left priority first. Especially if there's a healer in the group. Check your food.
Yeah, it's hard to see if there's a healer, so just call left, right.
Yeah.
Let the middle take it.
I've been calling it right.
Yeah, I always go left, so.
Yeah, and then whoever didn't speak up can just grab the middle if it's like 3 DPS or some shenanigans.
Yeah.
Okay. Things.
Our AC works too well.
Hello?
Oh. Oop. I just went up that way. Woo. Blue.
This is just getting.
This is
weird.
getting silly. I'm blue, da ba dee ba ba ba.
Yeah, too close.
Move.
Sorry, Buzz.
Thornton is at 4. 4.
Excuse me, how would went off? I was trying to be clutch and soak a tower, but I think we had somebody dead.
No, there was like 3 people dead. I think
Yeah.
at that point. It's a lot.
You have to play Twister to get those 3 towers.
Is everything okay?
Yeah.
It's a twister.
Oh.
Oh no, that's in phase 5. Don't worry.
Twister?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Jesus.
Why not?
You're talking about I've been reading the dialogue every time, you know.
Their dialogue doesn't even show up
At
in the
least it-
chat box. How sad.
At least it's not like the UCOB thing where the dialogue determined the mechanics.
Oh god.
Things.
They learned their lesson on that
Oh.
one.
I'm only here for the lore, so.
Oop. A lot of breadsticks. We can have the breadsticks. Red. Move.
Thornton is at 3.
Oh, that's awkward. It's not grabbing. Why isn't it grabbing?
I did already.
Yeah,
Those feathers did not want to change.
Funky.
because I guess we technically count as unmarked.
Yeah.
I watched that.
Sorry, I
develop
think I
back.
came in a little bit quick there for some reason.
Watch was running fast. Ding.
Uh-oh. Everyone at mine, pretty please. The drink works too well.
Yeah. Earlier.
There's a lot of comms there. What's that?
Well, at least we don't have to run it for 8 hours a day to keep it cool.
True. Move.
Thornton's at 1.
Left.
Right.
Stick on the unfortunately. That hits for so much unmitigated, it's beautiful.
I love how they gave it like a similar satisfying crunch to Bahamut's
Yes.
Flatten. Flatten is such a satisfying skill to be killed by. Okay. Things.
You mind getting me another bottle of water too when you have a moment, pretty please?
Yes, you want to settle up.
No, because I'm probably not going to eat my food for a little bit. Oop. Thank you. Red.
Red.
Move.
Thornton is at 2. He is at 2.
Left.
Right.
I saw them clutch wiggles.
Be sure to get away from 1.
What? Oh. I thought I had moved away from 1.
You were
Shit.
facing directly at one. Was I late on the vote or did you get hit by the cleats then?
I don't know. I had a bunch of
Okay.
stuff.
Dark Knight is a B. We are going counterclockwise. Make sure to look away. Nice, nice. Oh, awkward. I'm the only one alive. Just kidding. Maybe not nice.
Could we have had 5 over here?
You did have
Nope.
5, which,
No. It's supposed to be 4 and 4.
yeah, it is.
Was there a swap on that one?
I don't know who had 1. I had 2.
And remember to always call out your.
Zad had 1, so there wasn't a swap.
Oh, Bina had 1. So,
No, Vina had 1, so Yeah, because it was just me and Voss and Voss and I got murdered.
But it's okay. We did the mechanic right. I saw it. So good job.
We did.
Yes,
We were in the same
you-
spot and we were safe.
Yeah.
And that's 3rd crystal to 8th crystal?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so 3, and then it's like right here.
Or 3rd to 3rd is how I think
Yep.
it too.
Yeah, 3rd to 3rd. Yeah, because it's just 8 is the 3rd from here as well. So yeah, 3 to 3 works, or 3 to 8.
And then depending on what the direction is, we're going counter.
Yep. He has favored counterclockwise this entire time, so the minute he actually does clockwise, it's gonna be really weird. I know he did clockwise on like that one pull earlier, but it was. I think I was the only one alive. Well, Zad and I were alive, but.
Okay. Thanks.
We're getting there. Strength is getting very
You're
nice.
getting there more consistently.
Yeah.
We just gotta clean up a few of the kinks on strength of the ward, and then we'll be good.
Nope. Red. Boop.
Thornton is at A, Alpha,
Right tower.
left tower.
Oh, get the middle one, whoever is in this tower.
Oh, I got it. Ooh, oh no, no!
I was trying to be clutch and save the tower.
I know, you know, that was a good effort because but we died to the stack. It did too much. I did like 75k, which is just slightly too much.
With delicious Alfredo sauce. You can do it. You can grab those breadsticks.
I actually did order 2 breadsticks. I guess I just
Thanks.
put them on here.
Oh, okay. So they're your breadsticks anyway. Yeah, because I was like, my meal usually only comes with 1, so.
Mustard?
I don't like honey mustard, so no thank you.
Yes.
Oh, fuck me. God damn it. I'm bad at this game, I'm sorry.
Well, there are worse places to die, right?
There are worse places, this is big true. And I'm on the right side this time after getting reds, I promise. Red.
Red.
Boop.
Oh,
Thornton's at Delta. Delta.
Hi, Heather.
oh, damn. I'm gonna try to see if I can make it.
Check your food.
Your foods, check your friends' foods. All the friends look good.
Okay. Things.
Oop. yellow. Oof.
Thornton's D, Delta.
Left.
Go middle. I guess you're doing left from looking in. Never mind. I'm trying to be clutch and get that tower, but it's no bueno. Actually, I have a question for you, friends. Do we want to take a 5 and reset the instance? Because this instance timer is going to run out before the end of our night.
Alright, that's up to
let's
you.
do that. Go.
Let's make it a 10 then. Let's be back at 25.
And we're leaving?
We are going to leave, yeah, because this instance timer is not going to last to the end of the raid night.
Cool. Alright.
Rather do it.
Yeah,
now.
I'd rather do it now than let it get too much later, to be honest. That way you guys can also repair your gear, because I'm sure some of it's starting to get a little low.
Mm-hmm.
So back at 25.
Yes, be back at 25 plus. Plus. Oops. Alrighty.
You can now get anything delivered with
That's nice, Uber Eats. I'm well aware I can get anything delivered with Uber Eats. Okay, I'm gonna be right back real quick, friends.
I'm back. Is anyone else here?
Very silly. Alrighty, I am fixed. Oh. Letting people know I'm back. You showed her a hand. You have to give her pets.
No, she was hovering under my hair. There was fluid.
I wouldn't say she was hovering, she was just in the bathroom with me. I think she just ran under your chair. Eh. Alrighty, let's eat some food real quick. I can't type today. Can't type most days.
You win.
Yes, Munchkin. I see you trying to be sneaky.
Of course, Chunk's mom is on your computer.
Yeah, she hopped on my little footrest and then hopped on my computer.
Here we go again.
your butts.
Okay. Things.
Come to me, filthy rat. Oh. Hello? Skills go up, please. Others out. Ooh, excuse me. We're getting knocked to north. Going to A. Nice. Get ready to interact. Out. Good job. A little more on Adapel. Keep them even. Grano, don't pull out of color, careful. Okay, good job. Next set. Next. And next. Man, look at you guys being so good. One shot in phase 1 with a significant kill on Charizard. What the shit? Watch out! Rio, you all just start running towards the tank tunnel.
Got him.
Maybe I want to get hit
You
by
know
them,
what?
okay.
Fair enough. You're like secretly, you know, a tank masochist, so you know what? It's fine. Hey boss, we're supposed to move there, bud.
Trying to proc third eye, okay.
That was really good, actually.
Easy.
Thanks, Mom.
Easy clap. No problem, my little edgy son.
I
Markers?
know too. Oh right, the markers, yes.
Right.
Also, I guess it's true. Voss does play Ninja and Reaper, which are the most edgy melees you could possibly play.
It's not a phase, okay?
It's a
You're gonna say that in
lifestyle.
front of Zad?
I understand.
Not the bio.
It's okay. Zed knows my pain.
I do.
Darling,
Holes in my skin.
There it is.
I like that we were going to the same place. Okay. On that note.
I wouldn't say Dragoon is edgier than Ninja. I'd say it's sharper.
Nah, we live in the
Point
shadow.
here.
It's very sharp. he didn't take a break at all. I reset the instance. Blues. Oop.
Thornton spawning at beta. Beta. Left. Oh, it's 2 healers. Oh no.
Buzz got hit with a slow for some reason, like a heavy.
Oh.
That was strange.
But stop making up new mechanics.
Slow. Gosh, what would that even be?
I've gotten that before. I don't remember what caused it though.
That
Is
might
it like
be...
getting hit by the earthquake, but not getting hit by the protein?
No, he was.
The earthquake could
Yeah,
be
the
stunned.
earthquake stunned you. No, he was slowed after the like when the knights charged
Is
us,
there a
like
ground
when
explosion?
But he didn't have a damage down, so he didn't get hit by an AOE. I don't know. That was really weird.
Is it the puddle?
I was thinking it's the puddle,
Yeah,
but
that's what I was thinking.
I didn't see a damage down.
Okay. We'll throw ourselves at it again to find out. Things.
Sounds like a plan.
Some things we're just not meant to know.
No, because it's weird. Because sometimes we do get heavied, so I don't know where it comes from.
Stop eating so many carbs.
Oop. Red.
Redo.
Oop.
Gordon's at Delta.
Right tower?
Did you say right?
Right.
Okay, left. Buzz, you're in the middle.
Nice.
Take their one.
Good job. Dude, I don't know where one is. Oh, there it is. My vote didn't go off. I'm so sorry. But it's okay.
That has never happened to me.
I hit the button, I promise. Dark Knight is at 2. We're going counterclockwise.
Go swap.
No, our.
Oh shit, no. Fuck.
We're in
Yeah, we're
counter.
going counter.
I was.
Oh, I looked because I was looking at Aru. Fuck.
Oops.
I was watching him do that walk of shame.
Yeah.
Did South Group die? What did we die from? I saw us.
Probably
he
not
jumped on
enough
me and we
people
all died at the same time.
because Gopher and Aru was in the middle and
Yeah,
Gopher
'cause I fucked
Gopher
up.
had swapped. He did the same thing that I called earlier on accident.
I was lied to.
Over.
Yeah.
The betrayal.
It's okay.
I'm sure that won't be the last time.
Things.
Who? yellows. Move. I'll adjust.
Thornton is at C. He's at C.
Left.
Right.
No worries.
Okay. Bing.
Oop. Alright, too early, whatever. Loose. Ooh, excuse me. Move.
Thornton is at Delta. Delta.
I'm gonna get the right tower. I tried to throw like a intervention on you guys too. Oh my god, this paralysis though. Please just kick me, Thornton, or something. Let me get to the wall. Chain Buster is tight, yes. I would be careful going all the way to the wall, like on the marker, because you might potentially get cleaved. So I think you guys, like, you need to be like right on the marker, but not on the wall, if that makes sense. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rio. I don't do the stack.
Oh, usually for the stack, I tend to be as forward as possible,
Yeah.
but without getting hit by the pedals in front of me.
Yeah, so like if I'm taking a tower, what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to angle it out, like be on like the outside of the tower, not on the outside, but be closer to the outside of the tower, so that it doesn't ping you guys. I was angled more in that time, so it might have pinged you. But that stack also does a shit ton of damage, so people could just be, well, dying to stack damage because there's not 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's even with one person missing, it does like 78k damage. Like, so it's a lot. Unless you like throw on a lot more mitigation to survive, but in the moment, that's a bit difficult too. It's okay. Everyone will just get to the mechanic alive. It's all right.
Okay. Bing.
Loose. Move.
Thornton is at 2. He's at 2.
Nice.
Okay,
Get away
clear
from
one.
Nice. Good job. Dark Knight is at B. We are going.
Swap tanks.
Okay.
Swap, go.
We're going counterclockwise.
Ah, so many mechanics. Forgot to look away.
The tanks live!
Nerd's mad.
You can see the
Meteors.
sun.
Too far.
That is where ice goes.
Yeah, so you wanna have it in between the fire, a little bit centered towards the outside.
Yeah, not completely.
Right,
covered.
because there's towers that are gonna spawn in the middle.
Yeah, you gotta have basically the midpoint between the center and the
Yeah,
edge.
so for that, for the groups there, definitely healers. We're in need of that mitigation and lots of healing for each hit. Because that Dark Knight is nasty.
If you guys also want to, you can also, like, just before the eyes go off, I think, or before the eyes go off, you can use tank LB there as well.
Oh yeah, that's right, for Prog. That's right. I will. Yeah, we can take LB.
You can definitely. You might as well,
yeah,
honestly.
it's not. Let's at least get through the mechanics, and then we can worry about DPS.
Yay.
Okay. Good things.
God, you being in switch that cardia. Nope. Purples. Move.
Gordon is at C. C.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey, hey,
oh,
hey,
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 hey.
I got
I'm
left
going right.
tower.
Going right.
Oh.
Ooh, I misread that.
And I normally don't actually listen to the call out, but that time I did.
Ooh, that one was awkward because I think what happened was I think the unrelated knight for that confused me.
Third wheel.
Here's a third
Yeah,
wheel.
why is he even there?
Go home, knight.
You're drunk.
Yes. Things.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Whoops. Oop. I guess it doesn't actually matter. I could pre-cool fight or flight there, now that I think about it. That's what I should start doing. Because it lasts for almost all of that. Yellows.
Damn it.
Uh-oh. Nope.
Sort of that beta.
I keep counting out 4 crystals, but I forget that the yellow one is like slightly closer, so I have to be out a little bit more.
Gotta make the pizza slice, man. Thick pizza slice, not thin.
Check your food if you need to.
Okay. Things.
Oop. Blues.
This is like a statistical anomaly or something.
Move.
Jordan's at A, Alpha.
I'm gonna get the left tower.
Right.
Middle. Oh, go for you, survived! Maybe I just...
Save the Vina!
Oh god, raise everyone, raise everyone! That's a lot of
I was
raises.
gonna say that, I'm about to get murked by this heavily heal.
We're almost at a healer LB, it's fine. Never mind.
Things.
Nope.
Jordan's at 1. He's at 1.
Left.
Success!
Ooh, success, success.
Thank you.
Everyone
Clear
get-
1.
Wow, good job.
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
super fucking slow, so please clear 1. Also... Oh, my tank steps didn't go off, son of a bitch. Like, how?
I was like, I'm clearing one, but it keeps following me. Why?
I'm not sure how boss is fucking ripping aggro off me, but yeah, my stance and my opener didn't go off. Man. Dark Knight's at B, we're doing counterclockwise. Wait, were they facing each other? That was clockwise. Huh.
Yummy. We are seeing Sanctitude, Martha.
Yes.
Also, wow, that you guys actually saved that. That was pretty clutch.
Yeah, pretty
How did you guys even live? My god.
We're fucking gods at this game, duh.
good. Power of friendship.
Okay. Things.
You're gonna all get cleaved because I'm stuck with the party. Okay, let's call it.
I ninja'd that shit.
Oops.
Tyler, pretend that one didn't happen.
Things. That didn't happen.
Did it.
Drew. Boop.
Jordan's at C. He's at C.
Left.
Ooh, Tank's gonna have
I
to
got
take
it.
one of the towers. I'll go middle one. Ooh, except that. Baby. Nutcracker.
Shaken, not stirred.
I want his sword.
get it.
I wish the ultimate weapons had that glow instead of the orange one.
Same.
Red. No, purple.
Purple, purple, purple.
Move.
Thornton's at Delta. He's at Delta. Left.
Nice. Good job. Clear one. Nice. Good job. Good job.
Remember, group 1 is away, group 2 is towards.
Dark Knight is a D. D is in dog. We're going counterclockwise.
God damn it.
Oh, I moved too soon. That's what happened there.
That followed you.
Yeah, I moved too soon.
But I don't have
No,
tank
you do
privilege.
not have tank privilege, unfortunately. So boss, where you're standing there, you actually want to be a little close to the outside, because you're gonna overlap.
I want to be closer on the
Yes.
outside on that. Gotcha. I'm gonna be north and south anyways, though, right? I don't remember what the
Only
sheet
if you have meteors.
Yeah, if you have meteors, yeah.
So the way, yeah.
Yeah, we have to talk about that
I would say we might as well talk about it a little bit. So the way that second part of Sanctity is going to work is whoever is going to have the meteors is going to, they're going to go north and south. We'll do tanks north, healers south, melee north, range south. If it's tanks and healers, we could do, let me rephrase it, if it's tanks, we could have tank be north and east, and healers can be south and west. Melee would also be north and east, and range would be south and west, unless for whatever reason you really want to favor west as a melee over a healer. And then... Okay.
Basically, each cardinal should have 1 DPS and 1 tank.
Right. So... Yeah, so if it is tanks and healers have the meteors, you're gonna have the meteor tank is gonna be north, and the meteor healer is going to be south. The non-meteor tank is going to be east, and the non-meteor healer is going to be west. Yep. And then same for the DPS. So, melee DPS with the meteor here, range with the meteor here, non-meteor melee, non-meteor range. And what's gonna happen is, let me grab some markers here. So you're gonna have like the towers. This is gonna get real wild. It's gonna get very colorful here in a second. The towers are gonna spot on the inner cardinals. So what you want to do is you want to make sure you are a little outside of the towers. Like, you want to be closer to the outside, because what's going to happen is whoever does not have the meteor group is going to drop an ice puddle, right? It's whoever, so if tanks and healers have the meteors, DPS are dropping the ice puddle. Is that how it works, Rio?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So, how do the ice puddles target? Is it completely random, or do they target the opposite group that did not get the meteors?
I'm pretty sure they target the opposite group. So then, basically, every cardinal group will get one ice thingy, and it needs to be shared with another
Correct.
person.
So that's why
well,
we
'cause it
have
does,
everyone
it
in the
just means
cardinals,
that.
regardless if you have a meteor or not.
Yeah. So like. Well, okay, first, I would like everyone to actually get into their cardinal groups, just so we can visually see who is
Okay,
where.
let's pretend I have the meteor, or Boss has the meteor, so Boss, you can come north real quick. And then, Fuzz, you can have the meteor, pretend to have the meteor. So Zad, you go, yeah. So Fuzz goes south. Yeah, so it will work out something like this.
Okay. So, wait 1 second. Let me just...
Now keep in mind, obviously, if you are the north and south, like in this example, you may not always be north and south in every rotation, because the meteors are random. They will always target the same, like, coupling, like tanks and healers, or DPS, but they're random who they target.
So basically, the DPS or the tanks and healers for north and south, those people will be considered the quote-unquote anchors. And then so in a situation where like, oh, if only the south has a meteor marker already, and let's say Gopher or me gets a meteor marker, then we would go north. But if the same situation happened where like, oh, if there's a meteor north already, then Gopher and I, and if Gopher and I got the meteor marker, then we would flex to south. So you have to keep that in mind as well.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
So it's the east. What's it called? So the north and south people, if you do get a meteor marker, you shouldn't adjust. You should just stay exactly where you are. And then whoever has the second meteor, if you know the corresponding north-south has it, then okay, that's great. But then if it's one of the people on the east or west side, they have to remember to flex.
Zad, do you want to swap then? Or are you good with flexing? Because I don't mind flexing.
Yeah, we can also set that up too. Like if you're less comfortable with flexing, you can definitely take like a north or south spot. But if you're okay with it, then you can definitely stick to east and west.
Do you want me to change for you just because I got Sakushi?
Actually, this is my spot in my other group, so I'm actually used to being to this spot.
Cool. All right.
Just because I didn't study this as much as I should, I'll stick to the north.
Yeah, so, okay. So, there's a lot of order of operations that everybody has to do. Everybody has to do it on their own. You can't, there's only a couple things that can be
the only thing I can
but...
call out in this second phase is the knockback. So...
The knockback, probably the only things that can be really called out are like that knockback later on, and then also which group has meteors.
Yeah.
So that is also another thing as well. So if whichever grouping gets the meteor markers, so let's say DPS get the meteor markers, that means all DPS will be going outside to soak their tower, to soak the outside towers, and then the tanks and healers are going to be going inside. But that comes with a conditional thing as well. So when before the markers come out, everybody should be looking outside, like, of their quadrant. So like if you're at A, you should be looking out towards the edge and etc. So here's the tricky part. If there are 2 towers in your quadrant, you do not go inside. You always go outside. Because every quadrant will either have like 1 tower or 2 towers. If there are 2 towers on the outside in your quadrant, both of you go outside. But if there's only 1 tower outside, based on whether or not you're the meteor group, you will go inside or outside. It depends.
I will try to explain this because it is very confusing. So
We can play
I'm
some
gonna,
mock.
yeah, I'm
some
gonna,
mock things
essentially
with
what I'm
markers
gonna do
too.
is I'm gonna mock it up real quick. So, for instance, you have one tower here, and then you have one tower here, and one tower here, and then one tower here. Okay. So what this means is there's also gonna be 3 towers that spawn in the middle. So we'll do like, it's like one here, and one is like right here. So now this is where it's really confusing because it looks like there's 4 towers in one quadrant, right? Like this whole section here looks like there's 4. So the way this is gonna work is our red folks, our northern folks, obviously your meteor person is gonna grab the 1 because they are the north, and that counts as the 1 northern tower, right? So whoever is the non-meteor person, because there's only 1 tower in the outer quadrant, you would grab, oh fuck. Lord, leave me alone!
Okay, we can
Teehee.
Yeah, we'll run some mock things so that it's a bit easier to understand. I would say I think that would be.
Let me move these back a little bit. I don't accidentally.
Maybe even for
Go into turn 4 or something.
yeah, we could also do that. As well,
Yeah, we could do that maybe on Sunday, but essentially, where was I? Yeah. Outer person, meteor person's gonna take the 1, your northern tower person's gonna go here. Now here's where it's gonna get a little tricky because the eastern person has 2 meteors. So the DPS, or the meteor group person that went out already, you are gonna have to go out with them because there's 2 towers. And what's gonna happen is because there's no towers in this quadrant here, the person who is in the western area is actually going to come over to soak this tower in the middle.
Yeah, sometimes the middle towers, if you have to go inside, it's not always going to be a nice, clean thing. Like it's sometimes you'll have to run across based on what tower spawn in the middle and things like that. So you have to be quite and then
our
alert.
southern people, obviously there's only 1 tower, so your southern meteor group person will grab the 1 outside, and then your southern person will grab this inside tower. It's very confusing. It is going to take some getting used to, but essentially, look out.
I thought I heard.
Go ahead.
I thought I heard that as far as the quadrants go, there's at least 1 or 2 towers on the outside at all times.
There is always at least 1 or 2 outside.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
So essentially, there will always be potentially 5 or 6 towers on the outside and 3 or 2 in the middle. I don't think there's ever just 1 tower in the middle, right, Rio?
I don't think so. I think there's usually at least 2 in the middle. But what was I gonna say? Right, so for your quadrant, usually the towers that you have to look out for, let's say you're looking out here towards C. Here or here, and it can be any combination of these 3 spots. So there could be like 1 in the center, and 1 at 1, or there could be 1 at A and 1 at 1, or there could be 1 at A.
Up real quick. Okay, so because these markers are so nice and fancy, so essentially, like the northern group, you would kind of have to encompass like the left side of 4 to the right. Wait, no, the right side of 4, sorry. The right side of 4 to the left side of B, and then the eastern group would do the right side of B to the left side of D. The southern group would do the right side of D to the left side of 2. And then the western group would encompass the right side of 2 to the left side of 4.
Yeah, basically every quadrant is basically, think of it as like a pizza slice, really. And you'll never have to go like further than like maybe here.
Correct.
Or there. It's yeah, because if you're from this quadrant and you try to run all the way over here, you're not gonna make it, because like after the ice petals drop, which is when people have to go circle their towers, the towers, you won't have enough time to go that far. So it's really only the towers that look realistically within your range. But yeah, that part is, it will definitely take some getting used to, because like everybody, the meteor markers can pretty much go on any one, and every pull, the configuration of the towers is usually quite different.
And then,
so
just real quick, after that, while the meteor folks are placing the rest of their meteors, there are going to be 8 towers that spawn on the outside with a knockback. And the way that that works is the meteor group will take the cardinals, because you're always going to have your meteor tank and your meteor healer or your meteor DPS are always going to end up being north or south because of just the way they need to drop their meteors. So the other 2 would then be east or west, which means the opposite group, the ice group, needs to take the intercardinal meteors. And the way you can do that is just adjust once clockwise from your starting group. Does that make sense?
Meteor target. Oh well, if you're targeted by the meteor, because we're always gonna force meteors being north and south, they will always get the north and south ones,
so
like, by default.
they're always gonna get that first north-south tower. And then once you get around to the 8 towers, so you would have done a full half circle at that point in time. So like if it's tank or healer.
Yeah.
Actually. Okay, yeah, no, that's right. I thought the raid plan was wrong for a second, but they had the healer go north. Okay. So 1 near 4 and 1 near B. So the tank you're gonna want to rotate clockwise for this. So the meteor person would want to get the one at B. The western person would want to get the one at 4. But it would be like you would have, like the meteor would be in between 4 and A or A and B. If it's on the opposite side of 4, then the western person will get it. Like it's a little bit weird.
I think if you ever get marked by meteor, I think there was a priority thing that you can do where if you have meteor marker, you should always try to get the most clockwise tower that spawns, because
the meteor people have to keep moving essentially.
Yeah, because well, we'll talk about that later, but yeah, that's usually a good rule of thumb. And then if you have a partner with you who has to go out with you, they will always take the most counterclockwise.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because if you...
So then it always ends up working out.
Yeah, because if you end up having to do like a weird like counterclockwise movement as the meteor person, as your counterpart meteor person's coming by, they might accidentally drop the meteor too close, and then it explodes and kills everybody.
Yeah, because for that mechanic, because we're always forcing it north and south, there is an extremely low chance that you get something that's called the cursed pattern, where the northern towers, there's only a left tower, and then on the southern part there's only a right tower. So then whoever's on the south has like an extremely small space to space out their meteors, and then the one on the north is fine, but it doesn't happen often, but it's kind of tricky to resolve, so it's kind of
yeah, this is definitely another one of those mechanics. You kind of got to see it and do it to figure it out. I know we've been talking for a long time, but does anybody have any questions that I can hopefully maybe try to answer?
We can do like almost a mock like scenario with just the markers and stuff.
We can do that
because it's a lot to take in.
I would say, I'd rather let's try to see it a few times, and then like on Sunday we can go into 4, like T4 real quick, and set up some markers and try to do some movement shenanigans.
Yeah, and then we can just go through everybody, like in the scenarios and stuff, just so we can like, you know, because honestly, it's like, oof, it's just so much to remember. It's definitely one of those things where we'll probably have to practice it outside.
You guys are definitely gonna have to study that because I cannot hold your hand through that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, in that one, the personal responsibility on everyone is pretty much like you can only be responsible for yourself. And if anyone messes up, we all die. So it's extremely important that everybody
no
knows
pressure
what
or anything,
they're doing.
Rio.
No pressure at all.
That's the joy of Ultimate, my friends.
No, I'm good.
But let's try to get there. I know it's a lot.
Yeah, I got that all? Alright, let's go.
I know it's
Leroy.
a lot to take in.
It's definitely one of the first walls that you have to get over.
Yeah, let's get there clean.
Yes, let's practice tomorrow on the
Things.
That is honestly how I felt when people were trying to explain it to me for the first time.
I get the gist of it, but yeah, I do want to see that, and I think some mock stuff will help. Fuck me.
I tried to save it.
No. Yeah, my dancer friend Avyuir, she's also in 2 groups as well. She has like a more casual group, which is the one I'm in, and a way more like serious pressure group where like they'll like, you know, go and practice the mechanic on outside.
Yeah.
But it does definitely help for sure.
Okay.
Don't worry, guys.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
get it.
No, it is gonna take a little bit of studying and a lot of bit of practice. So.
It is definitely going to take some study and practice for sure.
Move. Blue.
Ooh.
Move.
Nah.
Put in that delta.
Left.
I grab this right one. No.
I almost survived one tower exploding. It did 68. Just a little more. How long does that paralyze last
Like
actually? Is it
20
like
fucking
30
seconds, and then the heavy is like 20 seconds as well. Some garbanzo beans.
Yeah. That's a lot.
It's also like, it's one of those like really nasty paralyzes that like it literally every tick it hits you.
Things.
god, we need a blue counter or something.
Move.
Gordon's at Delta.
Left.
I definitely just.
Oh, we're dead.
I put intervention on the wrong person. That's okay. Let me out, please. Probably just a few more pulls unless Dad wants to go a little later tonight.
Yeah, that's not
That's
gonna
fine.
happen.
Totally fine.
I was struggling.
Well, I've got my second ultimate group in like half an hour
okay.
too, so
Fair
that
enough.
works out too. We're progging on Nidhogg, and that's a whole...
A whole other mess. Move.
It's a whole Easter basket of joy.
That's another one where we're gonna have to practice the movement outside of the fight for sure.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Purple. Move. Come on, Fuzz.
Beta.
I'm gonna get that left tower.
Okay, right.
I saved Cobra. But I think he got killed by my tank buster. Sad.
So sad.
Things.
That sounds like he's getting really tired. Aw. Where's that O? Move. I just want a big dick opener like that. Yellow. Move. Nice.
Gordon's at Alpha.
Left.
Right tower.
Ooh, careful that tank buster. Watch the tower.
Oh no! We almost had it.
Alright.
Okay.
Red, purple, 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 purple. Move.
Jordan's at 3.
Left.
Right.
Alright.
Nice. Good job.
Careful of 1.
Very good. We're going counterclockwise. Knight is at 2. Make sure to look away.
Oh, I thought I did. Fuck.
Ooh, I'm alive.
I think it was clockwise.
No,
on
it
that
was
one.
counter. You ran too soon.
No, because the explosions weren't in the right spot.
Yeah, I think it was
They were
clockwise
looking out.
there.
I think we went to the wrong side there. We should have gone right if it was counter, right?
No,
Okay,
we
You
were
had,
on the.
like right here, Aru. You
Yeah,
were
we-
on 5. You weren't on 3.
Right, because I started running.
Right, you gotta wait. You gotta,
But the
you gotta
explosion-
stop at 3.
No, I know.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, for the orbs there.
Oh, you know what? Yeah,
Depending on the
Mina's right. We went clockwise. We didn't go counter. That's what
Yeah.
happened.
Counter
Yeah,
is just-
that's what
yeah,
happened.
that was
Okay. That would be why the orbs are out of place.
I just got confused and we started on clockwise and then went counter.
Okay.
Oh, right. That's another thing also with the orbs. If we're gonna dodge it that way, you have to look out for 2 different patterns of dodging, kind of. If the first set of orbs that blocks your way is a butt cheek, then you only have to move out of that one, and then it's fine. In whatever direction is a save. But if it's only a single one that's kind of going in the same direction that you're dodging in, there's going to be a butt cheek on the second one that you have to watch out for.
But basically, if you're 3 and 3, though, like you'd be covered either way, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess yeah,
Okay,
that's
yeah.
true.
Just make
So just
make sure to go counterclockwise, not clockwise. This is counterclockwise. That's
Yeah, the you can use counterclockwise or clockwise. For me, I like to look at I just look at what direction the knight is facing and just make sure to be dodging in that same direction.
yeah. I'm not gonna call like left or right because that's gonna get confusing. It has to be counterclockwise.
Yeah, it will be.
Sure.
The last one.
Okie doke.
Things.
Yep.
Purple, purple.
Move.
Left.
I'm grabbing the left tower because I'm. His Fuzz is dead.
Like
Sorry.
middle.
Ooh, we lived.
Clear one. Ooh. I guess it don't matter.
Uh-oh. Oh, hello.
I believe in you, Rio.
Oh my gosh. Not that.
Just
No,
take care
I'm
of all the
gonna.
mechanics.
No, I'm gonna get 3.
Counterclockwise. Dark visibility.
Fine, you got this. You got this.
Took away. Oh wait, no, that's clockwise. They're facing in. I lied. I'm sorry. Let kick.
Oh my gosh, but yeah, you know, we're getting there though. We're getting
Yeah,
there.
we'll practice the meteor movement
Sanctity.
stuff and towers and craziness on Sunday.
Yeah, I think what we'll probably do is like we'll just like go through everybody and just like kind of throw different scenarios on everybody so that everyone kind of gets an idea of like what each scenario would look like based on their positions and stuff like that. Which I think that it's like pseudo experience basically, training room
the
experience.
last time I did that was with fucking A6. Stupid fucking robot at the end, whose name's escaping me right now. The fucking fire and lightning and water.
I think for an arena too, I think we could also just we could probably just do Thornton's, like the Thornton trial or something to have like a similar looking arena.
That or we just queue into turn 4.
That's good. Anywhere with a big circular arena, really.
Yes, definitely. Please study Sanctity before we get there, so that way you guys have a pretty decent grasp of what's going on, because it is chaotic as fuck.
Yeah, it's, you know, as long as you have like even just an inkling of what to do, like that's already like so much better than just being like, oh, I have no idea how this works, or because yeah, there really is a lot of information you'll have to be aware of during that part, so it really helps a lot to know beforehand.
What about Bahamut?
Oh, he's asking what turn 4 is. Yes, I think she's talking about
Yeah,
T4
coil
from,
turn
Coil.
4. Because you can zone in and there's nothing to kill until you actually activate the elevator. And it's a nice round arena.
Markers, etc.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, right. Tomorrow we're doing Savage, right? We're just doing a quick P3, P4.
Yeah, I can get us right into P4. Because people do have the 4 now, so we don't want to do 3. We can just go right into 4. That's not a problem.
How much is it for? How many books is it to buy
8.
legs? Is it 8?
Yeah.
God damn it. Okay.
Yeah, legs and chest are 8 each. Just garbage.
It should be.
I
like
need to talk with Smarf to see when his group is gonna start doing June stuff. Because I do think rather than doing Mondays, I'd rather have us do Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, unless everyone wants to do 4 days. But I know 4 days is pushing it for a few folks. Yeah.
Yes.
But I think Wednesday, Thursday works a little bit better than Monday, because Monday sucks because it's a work day. I mean, they're all technically work days for most of you, but Monday is usually the garbage day.
Garbage day. Take out the trash on Monday.
I will ask him. That way we can adjust. And then, Voss, when do you do your thing? Is Voss AFK? Voss is probably AFK.
He's muted, so I think so. Whew. Yeah, Sanctity is, gosh, definitely a big, the first big challenge of this ultimate for sure. If anybody got any questions about Sanctity or something, I can try and answer them for you if you like. If you have any.
Have a good night, everybody.
Wait, come
Bye,
back,
Voss. See you tomorrow. Oh, wait.
Quick question. When do you go back to work in the office in June? I don't remember the date, and I can't seem to find it for some reason.
June 13th, I think it was. Give me a second. Yeah, 13th.
Okay, so then...
It's a Monday.
So then starting on the 16th, we would be starting an hour later on Thursdays. Only Thursdays.
Well, Mondays.
I don't think we're going to do Mondays. Mondays are done.
Okay. So by that time,
Right,
we're going to be doing it on Thursdays.
I need to ask Smarf. You were AFK while I was blathering about this, but I need to ask Smarf when his group is going to start doing Thursdays, when in June. I think it's before the 13th, but I might be wrong. I'm not sure.
Alright, cool.
Because, yeah, Mondays are dumb. Alrighty, well, good job, everybody, tonight. Yeah, go steady up. It's gonna be a wild ride from the rest of this fight. It does not get easier, unfortunately.
It actually really doesn't. It's from here on. It's like the dial is stuck on 11 from here on
The
out.
dial
For the
is
most
stuck
part.
on like 1,000. Let's be real. It's like it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but don't worry. As long as we approach everything just bit by bit, we'll get it.
Definitely.
Before I go, if you didn't see, the Uniqlo shirts are being reprinted in June.
Nice.
If anybody wanted FF shirts and wasn't able to get them.
Oh, I think I saw that announcement too. I thought that was that might be only for Uniqlo Japan though. I think.
First line does say Japan.
Yeah, but if Japan's reprinting them, then obviously North America and everywhere else is probably going to get some too.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if that happens.
And like most Uniqlo t-shirts, they're a nice material. They feel good.
I'm wearing one Final Fantasy t-shirt right now. Final Fantasy 14 one too, because we're doing Ultimate.
Nice.
So.
Which did you get?
I got 5. I got Final Fantasy 3, which
Give me
I
2 more
wasn't
clears of
planning
this
on
fucking
getting
fight,
before,
please,
but then I
God.
saw it in person, and I was like, oh, this is actually super cute. I love the...
Oh, okay. The online store will see a complete
Oh,
restock.
nice.
Oh, that's great. So yeah, I got Final Fantasy 3. That was a surprise one. I got Final Fantasy 11, obviously. I got Final Fantasy 12, Final Fantasy 14, and Final Fantasy 16. Those are the t-shirts that I got. I wanted to get 6 and 9, but I told myself I had to stop at 5. That was already way more than I was expecting to get. I went into the store with such like modest expectations of myself. I was like, okay, I'm only gonna get like 2. That's it.
I was trying to, like, when you were talking about it, and you were talking about like 1 or 2, I was like, he's gonna see him and not be able to just hold off on doing 1 or 2.
No, yeah, I know. And then because I knew they were limited stock too. And then when I talked with the one of the Uniqlo attendants, they were like, yeah, you know, this will probably be around for like another month or 2, and then that's it. I was like, okay, all right. You know, I gotta twist my arm, geez. And the rest was history, pretty much.
I'm banned from talking about them on the Discord.
You're banned about. I know. I was talking about them, and then oh my god, Nerva was just like, "Wow, dude, you're just like. Maybe if you got enough time to brag about it, you should maybe get some for the rest of us." I was like,
they were just giving you a hard time. It's like kind of sucked for the West Coast folks, I guess, because like I went online at like 8 a.m. here, and they were up. And like I bought all the shirts I wanted, and then I looked like another half hour later, and then there was still a bunch up. But yes, by the time West Coast wakes up, they were all really gone.
Have a good
night,
night.
everybody.
5.
Bye.
Yeah,
it was a hot item, and then actually
Final Fantasy
the one
being
thing
a hot item? What?
The one thing I didn't even realize that they were doing was if you caught it right as it opened, there was like a special promo where you could get a card, Final Fantasy card deck along with it too. Shit,
I haven't opened it yet.
Oh, you got one?
Well, yeah, because when you order them online, you just get it if you buy at least 2.
Oh my god. Because yeah, I was looking at the limited promo, and it was like, at least on the website, it was like, oh, from May 6th to May 8th, if you buy like at least 2, you can get the card decks and stuff. Or you could also buy some super fancy t-shirt box that had all 16.
Yeah, I was looking to see if the box set was available, but it didn't look like it was.
Yeah, there might have been who knows.
I don't want that. I want to wear them, but I want to have them in a box set.
I think it was more for. It seemed like more for people who just like wanted to get every single one.
It's a collector's thing. I have 2 shirts that I bought at the Square Enix store in Japan that I wear like very, very, very infrequently because they were $60 shirts.
$60.
They were the Cydia collector's edition shirts, and there was a white one for heroes and a black one for villains.
Wow.
Yeah, I think about that every time I think about wearing them, and I'm like, I'm gonna get something on this, so I'm just not gonna wear it this time.
Oh my god. So Zad, how are you feeling about Ultimate? What's your feelings right now?
It's gonna be rough.
Yeah?
Oh yeah.
The rest.
This will probably be the toughest challenge you've had to do in Final Fantasy XIV. But that's kind of.
I mean, but that's what Ultimate's there for,
cool,
right?
though.
It is supposed to be the hardest challenge.
Yeah.
It is.
As long as nobody gets frustrated,
And
and we take things and we break things down, I think it'll be okay. It's just like when you start throwing like the entire fucking mechanic and you're like looking at it, your just eyes glaze over, you're like, oh god.
I watched the first day of Echo doing it, where Sophia and Preach and Alex were talking about it, and Sophia was just like, he's like, they've never done a fight like this where it requires essentially 18 minutes of consistent concentration with no breaks.
Yeah, and then for the most part, the difficulty doesn't really go down that much. Like, you can kind of argue maybe for the last phase in comparison to the other ones, you could argue that it's slightly easier, but really not by much. There is definitely still that, because even if you can recover from a death at that point, the DPS check starts to become an issue. So that is 100%, that's a true thing.
It's okay. Tomorrow we should
Where-
get the first images / video / something on the Final Fantasy IX cartoon.
That was an anchor too.
Yeah, this is the third day of the licensing expo in Vegas,
Ooh.
and the company that's it's a French company that's producing it, said that they are going to be. It's one of the shows that they're going to be debuting. And now there's speculation that since they're doing the show on it, and there is the NVIDIA leak of the FF9 remake, that they're going to use the show to promote the 9 remake. It's a kids show aimed at ages 8.
Fun.
But it's probably an anime, so I mean it's
Yeah, they haven't announced what style it is, but like the studio that does it, it's not quite anime style.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
How does this good? All that matters.
Yeah, they make good stuff.
Oh, for sure. Ultimate again in 10 more minutes.
Crazy. But I would also probably do the same thing if I had as much free time.
Cyber Group Studios is the name of the company that's making the FF9 cartoon.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to tune in on Friday for that duty commence.
You are, because you're gonna get featured.
No, I was just so shocked. I'm like, am I getting scammed? Is this some like fake thing? It's like one of those things, it's like the same things where it's just like, you've won a cruise to the Bahamas. Click here to claim your free ticket now.
You're becoming internet
I guess
famous,
so.
Rio. Yeah.
God, I wish, God.
There are a bunch of people in that thread asking, hey, where's your com page, my bro?
Yeah, true. I guess it'll be good if I'm in the Twitch chat too, so I'll definitely show up for that.
Oh, my damn partner just died. Piece of shit. font is so broken.
Okay, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow,
Yes,
right?
tomorrow for hopefully a quick P4 scavenge.
Yay. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
I didn't win that feather? How sad. Such sad. I exceeded just say one. Easy. Need one healer, come on. Healer Kewison. Kewison, so I can get my last fucking kill on this boss. Please! What? Why is the black mage north? You know what, whatever, I don't care. I don't care as long as we get our kill. Ninja die. Bored. Buddy, you gotta make sure your toes are not in the bed. Pro tip. Yours truly. What do I do now? I'm at 100 totems. What do I farm now? No!
If you want to do some POTD, get those emails.
I have all the mounts from POTD. I do, because you gave me one of them. I'm pretty sure I do, because I think the only mount that comes from POTD is the Black Pegasus and the creepy fucking head mount. Which I have both of. Won't you meet? I have to eventually go back and get an orange purse on Entinger though. Unless I got really lucky and got one today. But I doubt it. Nope. Be careful. So close to an orange purse. Actually, I need to go do Heidelin. Where's Heidelin? else is dying. I should probably pick my medicine so that way he doesn't die. Rhea Ackerman. Let's see if I remember how to do Heidelin now. It's been a hot minute. Banger though, so we're gonna turn it up. No! I have to wipe this group somehow. Don't worry about it. I'm sure someone will pick up. Fine.
Did you mess something up?
No. Well,
Yes.
I didn't have something running. Sisters of light to me.
The soul of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow and hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness. Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Step on me, mommy.
When you are resolved. This test is far from over. The light doth obey my command.
weirdo. Yes, Emma? Rough. What you doing?
So I can set an alarm so that I don't accidentally almost go to sleep again. So definitely hit turn off on the alarm like normal and then
To bed?
I think I woke up at like 8:10.
Dangerous game you're playing, sweetheart.
Yes. Setting another alarm for
8 o'clock.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at 8:20.
That's probably a good idea. You think you're gonna go outside or something? Watch out, kitty cats. See ya, naughty kitten. Sybil. I know Sybil. Never on my checklist. Munchkin, what are you doing? So wild. The wild child. Your mom's a little wild too. Yes. What you doing, silly baby? Summoner died? How did the summoner die? I completely missed that. Kitties, what you doing? What you doing? Little fucking wild children. Garbage.
Crystals of light, to me.
I didn't hit your timer. I didn't even know it went off. I just say I didn't hear it. So I'm assuming you must have hit it. Was not me, sweetheart. Sorry. super aggressive. He's a fucking wild child.
We're near or far.
Careful, Munchkin.
Divine radiance. Light touch shield.
Fucking Munchkin, why are you so silly, huh?
By blade. Crystals of light. To me.
We're not a forehead today. I didn't go into this phase with 2 fucking golden stacks. Not that it matters by hallowed, but still. What's that purple rat doing?
Oh, he's just sitting there for a couple seconds in front of his mom, right in front of her, and looking left her station where he could get it, and immediately
Rebuffed by a munchkin?
yeah, Munchkin went and laid down on the floor.
Fucking cat.
Get that purple hit, so that's uninteresting.
Please don't hurt yourself, child. At all costs, apparently.
Or fly, my children.
Where's DNA? There it is.
Then you are resolved. But this test is far. The light doth obey my command.
Have a good night, sweetheart. I was good. 3? And I woke up before 5? Good job, Munchkin.
Refulgence eternal.
That ninja had a fucking death wish. Jesus Christ.
Near or far. Where high or low.
these people please stop talking in party chat and just cue us in? Please? What you doing? I did not stack for that tea. Oh well.
The
Little Ninja has 3 stacks of loam. Goodness gracious.
My blade! Come not to fear!
Kill her. I don't want to do Light Wave. Even if it's just 1. Kill her! Oh, that works. Alrighty friends, I'm gonna turn the stream off for the night. I am getting tired and I don't really know what I'm gonna farm in Final Fantasy now for the next 3 months until 6.2 comes out. So I gotta figure that out. So I will see you guys all later.